There's no meaning to any of this. I wanted to find the most meaningless thing that I could come to and join, and here I am. This is a piece called Hooray, We're All Broken. It represents all the different modes of life and all the different people and all the different things we go through. But it's important to remember, especially for me, I would never show up anywhere if I didn't understand that everyone was broken in some way. So I've always been trying to reconcile the two.
Oh, I was two people my whole life. I was in the living room entertaining people, being a monkey, you know, doing my thing for the company. I am at the top of the mountain, and I was, and the only one I hadn't freed was myself, and that
Characters. No, I'm not always happy. That's for sure. Happy is the weather, and. But I do live in a sunny place.
Right.
Yeah, I just have enough rain to let the flowers grow. But
you know, the armor go. Your need for acceptance can make you invisible in this world. Don't let anything stand in the way of the light that shines through this form. Risk being seen in all of your glory.
My father was homeless for quite some time. Of course, I grew up in Canada, so I thought we had just gone camping, you know.
All you know is you ended up living in a car.
Exactly. For a while, we pitched a tent on my sister's lawn in the country. And I learned many great lessons from my father, not the least of which was that you can fail at what you don't want. So you might as well take a chance on doing what you love.
it's like my old man didn't get to see everything, but he saw it happen, and it's happened for him as much as it did for me.
I would visualize things coming to me that I wanted or whatever. And I had nothing at that time, so it was like, but it just made me feel better. I would drive home and think, well, I do have these things. They're out there. I just don't have a hold of them yet, but they're out there.
So your dad was the janitor, your mom was the janitor, and you were the
janitors and security guards / security guards. And every day,
the whole family.
My father would come to relieve me from my 8-hour shift, and there would be a new hole in the wall in the office, shaped like my fist. I'd have some trumped up excuse. The buffer, it just flew out of my hand.
But you would punch the walls. You were so angry.
Yeah, man. The factory workers used to mess with my head by like taking, defecating in the sink. Or I had to clean it all, man. I had to do the whole thing, but the whole time I was singing and I was dreaming.
I really want to speak to the fact that I've had some challenges in the last couple of years myself. Ultimately,
one of those things where you don't understand what somebody's going through until you start seeing what they saw. You think they're crazy until you start seeing what they saw that drove them to you thinking they're crazy. A lot of people are thinking twice about what he's been talking about for many years. His disillusioning happened really, really fast. One moment he's making us all laugh. The next, he's making some worried. But that's a really good video. Definitely recommend taking a listen to it at least. That's funny. I've been talking about this for a few days now. Carrie was telling us all, and yeah, everybody called him crazy. Everybody said he was crazy. Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't switch up. She just will not work for somebody that's going to protect PDF files. That's how it is. I don't blame her. You want to protect them? You don't deserve to have anybody work for you. watch that just yet. There were some things I was taking notes on her hearing.
Gentlemen,
and go back here. This the thing of it is they set her up for failure from the get-go. Listen to what he says. It starts off as an attack. It's right out of the gate. They start off. They start going at her throat, and I mean, let's be real. Bondi hasn't been the most competent at her job. Her department hasn't done many things that scream competence, but they deserve at least a little bit of respect, seeing as they're your colleagues. You work in the same government they do, so having some respect on one end kind of sets you up for the same kind of respect coming your way as well. Now, you don't need to sit here and give her the fluff treatment, the good old porn scene fluff treatment, but you don't need to sit here and disrespect her either. And that's what they did right out of the gate. I would assume the head of the Democrat Party just came out of the gate swinging, just punching right for her throat. And it was pretty much, I can understand wanting her to answer questions about some of the more confusing tactics that ICE have been using. Or not ICE have been using, but her department have been using to deploy ICE and get the immigration stuff taken care of, all the law and order stuff taken care of. But they're going at her as if she's the one telling the ICE agents to go out to do whatever, as if she's the one giving the orders to do whatever. And this was a straight personal attack. This was a personal attack on her, essentially another attack on Trump. Because even when they brought up the Epstein files, they weren't talking about anything other than Trump. A couple times they hinted at victim stuff. They wanted her to do this, turn around and tell those victims that you're sorry. Like, come on, that's theater. Let's not be school children. Like, she's not there to sit and apologize for the incompetence of her and her department. Because are any of these people standing up and apologizing for how terribly they've been running the government for who knows how long? No, they have not. Not a one of them have. As a matter of fact, they'd like to go the opposite direction and turn all of the light toward them. Because at one point, Swalwell wants to sit here and talk about all the death threats he's gotten and his colleagues have gotten, failing to remember that Charlie Kirk expressed the fact that he felt like his life was in danger moments before he was murdered, and yet no one addressed that. No one addressed the like, they kind of addressed the volatility within the public over politics, but they didn't actually address all of the activations of civilians over a political agenda they've done. Like, both sides have seemingly activated their sides for war with their rhetoric. So it just felt like it was more of a personal attack on her. They weren't trying to gain information, and anything that they were trying to gain, they stepped on it by cutting her off, not allowing her to talk and get what she's saying out. But again, that was part of the whole theater thing. She was playing into it because of the fact I don't think she really wanted to answer any of these questions. So she was more than happy to kind of feed into their hand and let them do their little theater attacks, and she call it out, this is theater, I'm not participating in this theater, blah blah blah. Like, it was all set up to be just a straight waste of time theater, and it's not wasting her time, not wasting their time, it's wasting our time even thinking that we have to, like, anything is going to get done here. Nothing's going to get done here. Nothing's going to be explained. I don't really think that they actually covered why those redactions happened. They kind of covered when they put out those files that were the wrong redactions happened, and a bunch of people's names were unredacted that shouldn't have been with their personal information. But I had kind of a theory on that. I don't think that they purposely did that. I think that was, they don't, I'm going to say they didn't purposely release that file unredacted. I think someone purposely pushed it and said it had been redacted. Like, I think a bad actor got in and said, yeah, it's been redacted, knowing that it's not, because it also puts those victims in the crosshairs of all the powerful people now. All the powerful people involved in this from all the other countries around the world. Now they know who those people are, all their information. Because if you think that they don't have access to, they don't have them, go back to the drawing board, because they do. They have all of that information now. And I think that someone, a bad actor, a saboteur, if you will, purposely pushed those documents, that document in particular, out without basically just saying, oh yeah, it's been redacted. Wink, 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 fingers crossed behind the back. Because that was a ploy. And you conveniently won't ever know, because nobody actually caught who said it. No one caught who did what on what files, who was redacting what, who was doing what. They just know there's a team of a bunch of people. They don't have any accountability on who did what with those files. So being able to track back on who pushed that file, it will be impossible. Because she had a bunch of lawyers, she said. There were teams of hundreds of lawyers, day and night. That's my theory on that unredacted victim file. I don't think the department did it. I think a foreign actor came in and pushed that. Because everything else was, even when it was bad, even if it was super bad, like people were able to take it from TikTok and making TikTok videos, like, look how stupid they are, blah, 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 blah. But they still went through, and I mean, they blanket redacted all the women with their algorithm, even if the women were perpetrators. Like, so it's, me personally, and even then, a foreign actor could come in and essentially swap out the redacted for the unredacted before. And it sounds like, oh, that's just some movie stuff. What do you think corporate sabotage is? That's literally corporate sabotage in the highest definition, the best definition you can come up of it would be somebody having some documents, swapping out one of the documents just as it's about to go out. Because all the documents, that one document set, and it wasn't even in the set, it was that document along with photos and information, that could have easily been swapped out with, because again, her department was supposed to have gotten that stuff from the FBI. Those are the FBI's collection of files given to her department to pick through and redact the victim information, do whatever with the sensitive materials, the CSAM. So the stuff was given to her department. So to go after her on that particular document being unredacted, when they're just, I'll give them the credit. They've been bombarded with millions and millions of documents that are in no particular order, purposely done that way by the FBI, because they know that they are so dirty and corrupt that if it was actually put together as it needed to be put together, then we would see how corrupt the FBI actually is. Because it always seems like whenever there's a bad foreign actor that's infiltrating one of our three-letter agencies, it usually stems back to the FBI, who's being infiltrated by somebody who is not playing ball for this team, and that's Team America. Always somehow we always come back to the FBI being the most incompetent investigators of all investigation teams. Like, I've seen parody movies about investigation that do a better job than our FBI. And that's for my entire lifetime. Like, when I was a kid, first being able to hear words and understand what words are, people used to talk about the FBI as like some ghost, some clandestine three-letter agency that you didn't want on your back. You don't want the FBI on your back. But as I got older, it's become clear that the FBI is nothing more than a clown show putting on a Three Stooges play. Who actually just use tools that are invented to do whatever, to pretend like they investigate. Because what I've seen so far is that when it comes to a regular person being investigated by the FBI, you stand no chance. Not a single chance in hell if you're a regular person. But if you're a rich and powerful person, somehow the FBI becomes the Three Stooges play, being put on by clowns. I want to know why that is always the case. Why, when it comes to regular people, our justice system, our criminal justice system, the FBI, our federal government, our local governments, they somehow have all the resources and make sure that when they finally solve the crime against the normal person gets buried underneath jails and gets buried on other earths. But when it comes to their own people and rich and powerful people, they literally go blind, go deaf, go retarded, I don't know what's going on no more. I don't know what's happening. It just seems to be that weird way. And maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's just a coincidence that poor people and regular people are just so bad at crime that we get caught easy. You didn't cover your nose, you're done. Well, you got these rich and powerful people out here committing sex crimes against children and women and men, but they're just able to hide for decades and decades and decades. Like, you hear about that once in a blue moon from a serial killer, but that serial killer has to literally go dormant for decades. Not even touching anything to spread DNA anywhere for decades. But yet these rich and powerful people, they just go to their business meetings like usual, show up to work every day, fly from island to island, country to country, shooting an email over to their friends with a video of torture. Oh, that's not what you think it is. There's not any detrimental material that could be used as evidence against nobody in there. While this other group of people are like, oh yeah, I saw some really, really heinous things in there. Like, things that are so bad that I don't understand how those people are being protected. When you hear the contradiction in all of the arguments, it goes back to somebody's lying, and I know it's not me. One of you two are lying. You better figure it out. Because if I have to figure out who's lying, we're going to rip all of this down like old wallpaper. It's all coming down. It needs to be taken down like old, smoked on for 35 years wallpaper, and we're moving into the modern times where we don't need wallpaper anymore. It needs to be ripped down. All this old ass wallpaper that's sitting up in all the land needs ripped down. And as I said, it started off. This was not to gain any information. This was not to do anything other than to toot horns, pat backs, and dodge actual jobs that need to be done.
Donald,
so let's get into it.
Last week. I think he's gonna
I'm going to pick it apart as we go through.
There's a lot of work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the Epstein's.
So we start right off the bat with you can already tell it's going to be some theatrical thing because he wants everyone to turn back and take notice of the people behind them. Okay, that's great. Acknowledge the victims, but don't keep pointing at them, making notice to them, while also at the same time arguing that her incompetent department released files with their names and their address. You want to put names to the faces? You want to put faces to the names and the addresses? Go ahead. Go ahead. Have everybody in that room looking back at all the victims and all the survivors of the Epstein incident. Yeah, let's keep the notice on them while also beating up on her incompetence for releasing the unredacted file. Again, that's why I say this is all theater. It's not meant to actually do anything. It's meant to get you on one side or the other, or changing sides, or hating one side or hating them for not acknowledging achievements, but talking about the same thing over and over and over again. This is all theater, and it started right out of the gate.
Global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky,
what's up, bud?
Liz Stein,
You coming out the
Marina
Chio?
Lacerda,
You coming out the Chio?
Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Rouchard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena.
Some of this, what he says, I agree with. I agree that it feels like a massive, massive cover-up. It feels like their incompetence is strategic. It's strategically placed incompetence so that they can actually keep these powerful people protected until we actually forget about all this. Which I agree with some of it. I agree with. I agree with some of the guys, or some of the people that have been saying this across the many platforms, is that it feels like a massive cover-up due to this strategically placed incompetence. And it feels almost like they're trying to point some of these weapons of these powerful people that have been involved in this. It's almost like they are directly pointing them, or someone is pointing these weapons in those people's direction. Because you don't just out of nowhere be over redacting things and then all of a sudden out of nowhere under redacting everything. And under redacting, I mean by not redacting anything, with just one single little name out of a whole document of people's names that are actually a victim list. To me, that seems very, very suspicious. You don't go 3 million plus files of over redactions and redacting people that shouldn't be redacted to all of a sudden 3,000 files, just like, yep, we're not going to redact nothing on these. Oh yeah, you missed that name. That's someone did that. A bad actor interjected during all this and did that. I will give them the credit of that theory. Is that it's obviously very easy for bad foreign actors to infiltrate our political system to sabotage the quote-unquote corporate America, or the corporation that is America. Because let's face it, our country has become a corporation. We are no longer a sovereign country for the people. We are a profit margin based corporate entity that is called the United States of Corporate America. That's what we really are now. So that to me is what that feels like. It feels like a massive bit of sabotage where you have so many people scrambling around to do something, you don't know who's coming and going because you can't overly secure the comings and goings of everybody. Somebody says, yeah, I know that person, and they're not really even paying attention to that person. It's just as easy as it takes. But it is based on a great deal of incompetence. But it's not just incompetence by her department, the AG's office. It's also incompetence by the FBI. These people as well. Like, don't sit up here on these pedestals and pretend like you all don't have a hand in why this is all continued over the course of all of you all's careers. You can't tell me in your high-level government position that you weren't hearing whispers decades ago about this sicko billionaire who was into raping and eating children. Even if you did hear it as an urban legend. You should have been Alex Jones in that shit all over the airways. All over your radios back in the day. But again, it's these people only make this theatrical performance of it all because it starts to become like something they can't close their ears to, they can't close their eyes to, and they can't just keep avoiding because a large amount of the population is now talking about this stuff. And why do you think they're trying to get all the censorship on the internet? That was another thing I was thinking about while watching this is why do you think we're having such a heavy push for these various things to censor the internet? Discord's effectively being censored. If Elon Musk hadn't bought X or hadn't bought Twitter and turned it into X, social media would continue to be censored because Facebook is censored. TikTok is censored. Instagram is censored. Twitch is censored to a point. There's certain things you can't criticize on Twitch, but other than that, you're left alone. What I would say is because their way of censoring you is this is just to push you down the page toward the end. That's Twitch's censoring. YouTube kind of does the same thing, but YouTube would just allow people to strike you. And they're also, I have heard that some bigger names on the platform have been getting struck for saying certain things, making certain alleged opinions.
By Congress.
So that's part of what's going on. These people are kind of pushing again. Joseph Gordon-Levitt is recently talking about needing to dismantle Section 230, which is internet free speech, like keeping censorship off the internet in the United States of America. Once Section 230 is dismantled, goodbye free speech. Every company will censor everything because they don't want to be sued by anybody. It's what will happen. And when it does happen, America will become a tyrannical country. We will become a, here comes that stupid word, totalitarian country. Totalitarian country. There you go. We will become that. That's what America will become. If we allow things like Section 230 to go, if we allow social media apps to punish the greater populace because of a small group of parents who are terrible at being parents. And they know who they are. They're the ones that get mad when people say things like that. Oh, you let your kid on social media? You're a terrible parent. You let your kid be susceptible to all the stuff that adults do? Yeah, you're a terrible parent. That's what terrible parents do. They substitute parenting for social media and technology and apps and this stuff, because parents love to use well, I'm a parent of 7 kids and I work 7 jobs and oh man, life is rough. Even though I decided to lay down and throw my legs in the air and get fucked by 5 different dudes. Or even fucked by 1 dude. I decided to do that because America needs a population, and I'm over here single-handedly populating it. No, Jethro, we don't need you and your hillbilly family repopulating America. That's the part of the problem, is we got dumb people repopulating or keeping up the population when they're not useful people. We like to pretend like everybody's useful. No, not everyone is useful. Why? Not everybody is useful. Most of these people have no thought process. They stare off into space as their train of thought. So, and those are the people that are going to get this stuff passed. We need to protect the kids. We need to protect the kids. We need to protect the kids online. The internet is an adult space. Get the kids out of it. Social media should be banned for children. If you're not 18 years old, you should not be allowed on social media. Period. That's it. The conversation is done and over. You want to get this stuff under control, the Epstein stuff under control, the possibility of more Epstein stuff under control, you get rid of children on the wider range of the internet. You ban children from social media. You ban children from Discord apps. Discord style apps. No, they can't get a Skype. No, they can't have a WhatsApp. No, you can't have an account for this social media platform. Wah, wah, wah. Cry a bloody river. Go back to watching Sesame Street, learning how to count to 10. Because until you all till you all realize Tide Pods are laundry detergent and not food, you can't be trusted with social media. It's too easy to con a kid into doing something stupid because they have access to social media. Ban children from social media, and you get rid of a massive part of this problem. Because as I argued against it yesterday, making every single person on Discord into a teen does not help anything. It makes it worse. Well, it's going to be your interactions. But you're giving them an open door to begin with. You think they're not going to find some way of leading these kids off the platform because they don't need to be on Discord to still chit chat. Kids are still allowed all over social media. They could just lead them to another platform. You guys didn't do anything. You're not doing anything. And all these parameters you're putting up in front of everybody else because you're pretending to do something is going to hurt you more than it hurts us. Because those of us that know what you're actually doing, we're just going to not use your platforms anymore. I already don't use social media as a normal form of toilet time wasting. I thumb through Facebook until I run into like 3 ads in a row, and then I'm off of it. Then I go back to actually pooping. Because even as an adult, social media is lame. Because it's all been dumbed down. It's all been dumbed down to short form content here, short form content there, small attention span, because that's what the kids are into. Kids are into this short attention span content. Nobody's got anything concrete to say. No one's words actually have any meaning and weight. It's just a bunch of short form content BS that doesn't mean anything. It's instant crack for the eyeballs. And it's all being pushed by people like this in this room, creating theater out of our political system. They didn't care about these victims 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, before Epstein. They're only pretending to care about them now because Epstein it's one of the biggest things to have the whistle blown on. Because that's what's happened. Epstein is a giant whistleblow.
To turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files,
and
but you've turned over only 3 million.
These people, they just make a mockery of our
the other 3
system.
million because they're somehow duplicative.
Let this play,
but we
and
know
we'll
that there
get a
are
drink.
actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the...
It really annoys me when douchebags like this, because that's what these people are. This dude is a douchebag. These people are douchebags. again, they pretend as if they really care about these victims, but they don't. They don't. Did they haul in Biden's AG to testify about why the documents weren't being released? Was anybody else? Was anybody even arrested during that? No. Biden's FBI didn't do anything either. They had the documents. They had access to hundreds of thousands of lawyers and people at their disposal, but they did nothing either. None of these people did anything. They're acting as though she is the one who did all of this. And to her credit, I will say, I think somebody is really sabotaging the crap out of them. They know that these files could bring down a lot of powerful people, as we've already heard from Massey and Rokana. So I don't want to hear the theater. I hate hearing the theater.
Monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators spent investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators.
And here we go.
Is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation,
and they in turn go into the ICE stuff as if she's the one giving the orders to do this stuff.
Brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents. You shut it down.
Again, masks are only bad when it's your opponents that's using the masks. But when you're using them yourselves, it's to protect identities. It's, again, this is all theater. It's not meant to do anything. It's all sensationalized. They're using sensationalized words to get their side rallied up and to get the other side angered.
Down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem call Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime.
Look at Nadler sleeping. Look at Nadler sleeping. Fire him. Fire that old fogey. Get him off that panel like yesterday. The dude is sleeping. And at first I'm like, there's no way he's sleeping, but he hasn't moved a muscle. Look at him.
And the evidence.
Look at him.
How are you seeking justice for Mariamar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed.
This brings a lot of validity with this dude saying, because I can't pay attention to anything now. Now that, I've already heard this bit. I've already heard this little sketch, this little SNL sketch. I've already heard this. I can't pay attention to anything else now.
Killed by an off-duty ICE agent in
Nadler
LA. Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school. There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice.
Yeah, you're right. There is no movement at Nadler's seat.
criminal investigation into Renee Good's
He woke
grieving
up.
widow.
He woke up.
How sick is that?
Yep, he's back asleep.
But it's even worse. You've turned the
Back
People's
to sleep.
Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after.
Now, why would you use pizza, man? Why would you use pizza?
James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa
Hey,
Puck,
now there's
and
awake
Jerome
now.
Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to
All
name
right,
a
so
few. And you snap
essentially
to it.
is-
You replace real prosecutors.
They're
voice
just
to
they're just
America's
going through the
victims
they're
and
just going
survivors
right
and to
into an
demand
attack.
answers about all
And so they get to the end. He gets to the end of this.
personal attacks against members of Congress by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case
we gotta-
or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent.
I took notes
and so
while I was watching
disingenuous
this in
that
class.
the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything.
Let's see.
Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just one round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your
This is very important. This is very important. He's talking about personal attacks, but that's exactly what happens on the other side. They basically go into more to personal attacks of her background as a prosecutor, Donald Trump, and pretty much well, I'd say the stuff on the Epstein files, but they basically just keep trying to get her to turn around and tell the people, the victims, sorry. They keep bringing back notice, keep bringing the camera back, not literally, but trying to bring the attention back to the survivors and the victims that they're so hell-bent on keeping hidden. Like they do this back and forth hypocrisy thing. And as far as I ended up getting was Van Drew. Actually, it was, I think it was, yeah, no, it was Van Drew. Van Drew was who I got to, because I think I started to watch somebody else, but she started to go into the same something, and I have to wait. But one of the questions that I did have that came up was did Charlie Kirk express his feelings of danger to anybody other than the people he expressed it to? Like, did he express it to the FBI, DHS, or anybody in one of the agencies? Because they might have a record of something if he did. Because, again, it could have been an anonymous record. Because Swalwell was talking about him and his family's lives being threatened. And I can only assume he's referring to all the increased negative political rhetoric that's essentially being used as evidence that there's political violence going on. sweeping across America. I can only assume that that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to frame it as, wait. It's Bondi critical Bondi. But yeah, this is one of the things that I took note of because it was like, it was an overwhelming question. Because as I saw through this whole thing, it was an overwhelming trend that these people constantly talked about all this happening now, like the Epstein stuff happening now, and the victims being victims and should have never happened, blah blah blah, but they don't ever address how and maybe why it's been going on. Actually, how and why it's been going on for decades. It's not like this stuff popped up in 2008. Like 2008 was the first time ever anybody in government was ever essentially blackmailed or caught up in a pedophile ring. Like, this stuff's been going on for decades. Yeah, and to pretend like they never heard of the boogeyman on the island and the boogeyman at the ranch. Even if they don't know who it is, they know that some billionaire they see as a boogeyman does some crazy things on his island and on his ranch. And you'd think it would connect some dots to some old stuff that they had come across back in their early days of being politicians about this stuff. And now that it's all coming out, they're like, oh man, these dots, they make lines. They made lines to all my stuff from back in the day. But no, none of them, not a single one of them to point to anything from back in the day. They make it all seem like it started in 2008 or started in the early 2000s. Those day one is the year, January 1st, 2000. That's what the real Y2K was. Billionaire sex crimes. That's the real Y2K. Billionaire sex crimes involving politicians. Yeah, and even Ghislaine Maxwell talking about the way back during her initial trial, talking about how the island and everything Epstein has, all of his places were wired for sound and video, wired for sound and video. Let's see what else. Yeah, we took a lot of notes on what we were watching at that time. And then kind of this question, it comes up and it flows through the entire hearing. And the question is, with them on such on the attack, with how ICE is doing anything, or how ICE is doing their jobs, how the Attorney General's office is doing their jobs, how all these people are doing their jobs, but they're also not addressing the question of why the local officials are having such a hard time keeping law and order within their cities and states. Why are the cities and states having such a hard time with keeping law and order? And you can't tell me they're not, because in Chicago, DC, parts of California, major, like states with major condensed populations in their metropolitan area, tend to have a lot of crime problems. And we can pretend like places are falling in crime, but they're not. And what I've been noticing is a lot of these statistics are being split out. They're not splitting out for because they've been miscalculating stuff. No, they're taking the total homicide rate and they're cutting out homicides that involve domestic homicides, domestic violence deaths. What do you mean domestic violence death? That's a homicide. It sounds like a homicide to me. So you can't tell me homicides are coming down when all you've done was actually split out the statistic for like calling you're just calling other deaths different types of deaths when it's still death at the hands of somebody else. Like, you're just trying to bring a semantic factor to people killing people as a way to make it seem like crime is coming down when it's not. Because if domestic violence deaths are increasing, but homicides are decreasing, that sounds like to me you've just taken and split out another core aspect of homicide to this new parameter so that you can say city's homicide rate is down. For what reason? For what reason? I would like to know the reason that you all keep pretending like these statistics aren't what they are. Domestic violence deaths are nothing more than homicide. It's someone killing another person. Just because it happened inside their home against their partner or their family doesn't mean it's not a homicide. It is wholeheartedly a homicide. Because do you have domestic violence detectives, death detectives? No, you have homicide detectives. Homicide detectives are probably going to be ones responding to a domestic violence death. Because I doubt you got these all these various little departments in your police precincts. We only deal with domestic violence deaths. They deal with homicides. Well, we deal with domestic violence homicides. We don't deal with homicides or domestic violence deaths. We deal with actual domestic violence homicides. Like 17 different departments for some broken down homicide statistic. To push an agenda. That's literally all it is. It's to push an agenda. It's to pretend like crime is getting better. Maybe it's a game to keep the cost of living on the constant 200% increase every 5 years. That they're on like a trajectory of making sure that cost of living has like a 25% increase every 2 years. So by the next 20, 30 years, we're going to be spending what it costs somebody to buy a $500,000 home. That's going to be what rent is in the next 15, 20 years. We're going to be spending $100,000 on rent for a 1-bedroom studio closet. So what else did we get? Okay. Yeah, and you'll constantly hear them over the course of this entire time abusing the point of order. I call it, well, it's the acronym's poo. They constantly misusing it. They're constantly trying to weaponize it. And weaponize it in ways where they're using it and trying to get off a couple more shots. He can see through it, but he doesn't shut it down. He lets them do it. He all in all laughs about it, thinks it's funny, as it seems. But these people are just straight attack, while none of them have actually been doing their jobs. I want to get some stuff out before I let him continue, because it starts to go into a lot of theater. I can start telling where Bondi doesn't really want to answer any of these questions. She just wants to answer the pat on the back questions, the questions about how great Trump's administration's doing. She doesn't want to answer any questions about why certain things are happening. And it's almost like some of it was just to reaffirm the relationships her office already has with some people about some things that are going on. Like, again, it all felt like theater. This entire thing felt like theater. It felt very staged and performative. All of it. Even her. Even Bondi. Bondi felt very, very performative. And she's a bad actress, which is why it felt like a performance. It was really bad.
In the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book.
Remember that.
A binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim
this isn't an oversight hearing. As you've already seen, they straight out attack. Straight out of the gate attack. They don't want to ensure that her office is actually investigating the crimes of Renee Good, or the killing of Renee Good, the killing of Freddie, killing of those other people. They don't care about her office actually making sure that the investigations are being done, and the people, if they're committing crimes, they're being held accountable. If they're not committing crimes, to leave them alone, let them do their jobs. They don't care about any of that. They want to attack her.
Time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America,
as you'll see, they don't let her answer. They'll constantly keep trying to reclaim their time. They won't let her answer anything.
Back from the brink.
They keep shutting her down before she gets to answer anything. They don't like the way she answers some of the questions.
Worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the office.
As you'll hear, Jordan gives her the intro. She shouldn't be giving any type of fluffing from there. She shouldn't be. None of these people should be. Nobody else should be giving any type of fluffy intro, extras, added-ons, sprinkles, whipped cream. We don't need none of that. And you'll see that as well. It's a constant play back and forth on who can fluff who better before the porno starts.
Of the White House counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. And please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Madam Attorney General, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office—
Again, he asked for her to summarize what she's there to talk about. What she's there essentially to talk about. But she goes into this extra extended whipped cream and toppings of ass cream that no one asked for a serving of. We want you to give us a summary of, because she has all the topics that she's going to be asked about. She has all the topics. They've already exchanged all this information back and forth with one another. That's probably her burn book. But they already have all this information. She already, it's why he asked for a summary.
With the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never—
Okay, the first thing I started noticing right out of the gate is she's not even saying anything about one of the massive questions that's going to be asked about. And to me, that, like, it kind of goes into the covering up for the powerful people. It pretty much kills all the good things that she's going to try to say. Them dodging and avoiding the conversation about the powerful people, the names that are redacted on those documents. No one asks the question about any of the names that are redacted on the documents.
We're done. We have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25—
But that's because they've been splitting the statistics. They've been splitting out the statistics. They're taking and they're breaking it down. Where murder used to be somebody killing somebody else. Now it's murder is this, and the extras, we got this other here now. That's homicide. Now domestic violence deaths, domestic violence murders, domestic violence homicides, non-domestic violence murders and deaths and homicides. That's all they're doing. They're splitting the statistics. They're just creating a bunch of extra lines on a graph when it all just means the same thing. It's literally all the same thing. If you calculate all the deaths by people, two people, it's gonna be rising. It's gonna be on the rise.
5 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%,
But how much? But how much is the domestic violence deaths? I'm gonna guess they're up 25%. Murder is down 25%. but domestic violence deaths is up 25%. Wait, where did domestic violence deaths come from? Oh, we used to calculate that into murders. Now it's not murders anymore. Because some of these people aren't actually murdering nobody. They're just accidentally killing them.
Carjacking down 43%. Gun assault down 22%. Ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are two iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. Though. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety.
That is actually a lie. And not a purposeful lie. The mayors and the governors are not helping the federal government. They're still inciting people to obstruct everything that's happening. Even when they're rolling in to Chicago and DC to get the gang stuff under control, the mayors and the governors are telling the police not to help, not to provide any type of help. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what made them change their minds, but they're just now starting to tell their police forces to help ICE. So it's not the case.
Does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views.
I think what they did was they just held up some evidence.
They asked for help.
Some blackmail evidence. Told them, you're going to help or we're going to expose this.
One of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church.
There's some of them.
And law enforcement officers have both been
Ohio
endangered
leadership
by reckless rhetoric. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis.
Columbus's
so
police
far,
chief too.
and many of them could have been avoided by simple
retarded
compliance
Karen
with
that's
federal
running
law.
the police force here in Columbus.
Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows
back a moment.
against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa Cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting that cartel drones are being shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now, protecting America. As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses that can kill Americans. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration.
I hate the stupid fentanyl argument. They're only so broken up about the fentanyl thing is because, one, America's not producing it, and they're not adding it to their drugs, but instead it's a Chinese thing. If America had created fentanyl and was putting it in their drugs, the prescription drugs that a large portion of America takes, it would be no big deal until you have another Sackler incident on your hands. I think that's their names. I think that's how you spell it. Nope, oxycodone. Sackler. Yeah. The Sackler family. If the Sackler family were the ones that came upon fentanyl, America wouldn't have batted an eye. But America only cares about fentanyl so much because it's China. Fentanyl comes out of China. Or at least that's what we always being told. The I don't have any treats over here. Give me a second. Okay. So, yeah. So basically it is that. So China, if China wasn't producing the chemicals and all the equipment and selling it to Mexico, we wouldn't have fentanyl. So again, if it was America that was making this, hypothetically, it's probably spelled wrong. If America were ones who created it, would it be seen such a terrible thing? That's saying being used within or did a distribute. I'm just gonna leave that there for a second. I'm gonna get me a piece of pizza. I'm gonna get him a treat. All right, bud. Get you a treat. Let's get you a treat. I'm only human. I can tell I'm not a robot. I'm gonna read it. It's really insightful. I feel like that was a good question. Just for the simple fact that even though it's created somewhere else, we've still found medical use for it. So, is it that it's so bad, or is it that America's not regulating it? Because those are two different conversations. Those are two completely different conversations. And the thing of it is most of the fentanyl deaths and the times you see fentanyl as a problem is with neighborhoods and areas that are overly wrought with drug addicts and drugs and prostitution and gangs and so it says it's a very insightful question because it highlights the difference between a drug's chemistry and its social legal context. In fact, America and the global medical community does view fentanyl as a vital and good tool when it is used as intended. The terrible reputation comes almost entirely from how it is used outside of a doctor's care. To look at the hypothetical, break it down into how we view the medical version versus the illicit version. The good version, pharmaceutical fentanyl, is already widely produced and used within the U.S. healthcare industry system. In this context, it isn't seen as a terrible thing. It is seen as an essential medicine. Controlled environment and being manufactured in an FDA-approved lab with 100% purity and precise dosing. Critical use. It is the gold standard for surgical anesthesia and managing breakthrough pain for terminal cancer patients. When administered by a professional, the risk of fatal overdose is extremely low because the dosage is measured in micrograms, not milligrams, and the patient's breathing is monitored. Terrible version, IMF, is currently viewed as a poison in the public eye, not because of the chemical itself, but because of uncertainty. Lethal dosage. Because fentanyl is so potent, the difference between a high and a death is the size of a few grains of salt. The chocolate chip cookie effect. Clandestine labs in Mexico don't have pharmaceutical grade mixing equipment. One pill might have almost no fentanyl, while the next one contains a lethal dose. Deception. It is being sold to people who don't know they are taking it. Someone buys what they think is a Percocet or a Xanax, but it's actually fentanyl. Comparing it to the opioid crisis, we actually have a historical example that fits the hypothetical. OxyContin. OxyContin was an American-made, FDA-approved, legally distributed medication. Even though it was ours and prescribed by doctors, it is still seen as a catastrophic thing because it was overprescribed and led to widespread addiction. Bottom line, if fentanyl were only produced in the U.S. and only given via prescription, the terrible aspect would likely be discussed in terms of addiction and corporate overreach, like the Purdue Pharma OxyContin scandal. However, the reason it is currently viewed in such unique fear is the unpredictability of the illicit supply chain. The fact that it is a hidden ingredient in the street supply that kills people who never intended to take it. So again, the conversation does change whenever our system is pushing it, because then it becomes more of terms of addiction and corporate overreach onto it, which is what happened in this scandal. To me, that's the only reason why the United States has such a forthright effort to get the fentanyl thing squashed, as they say they want to get it squashed. Not because it protects American citizens, but instead it allows them to turn American citizens into zombies and kill us whenever they feel like it, instead of a foreign country doing it. They say that it's to get the drugs off the streets, but it's really not. It's really, really not. As if it was that case, they would go to war with these countries over how much pain they've caused the citizens. Like, again, they always talk about we kept enough fentanyl off the streets to kill 300 million Americans. Like, what? All of America? Like, you took enough fentanyl out of the water and off the streets to kill the entire country of America. Like, all of America. Come on now. That's some stupid numbers. Those are some stupid numbers.
Administration has been sued 627 times. We've fought through a nonstop flood of bad.
What does this have to do with what you plan to do to keep America safe? What you plan to do against the criminals that were friends with Epstein, who pretended they weren't friends with Epstein while going and doing bad things on Epstein's Island and on the ranch and in his New York apartment. I don't care about whatever the hell you're talking about.
Bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court, their emergency docket, and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost
run yourself
scandal
out of breath, ma'am.
via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves.
And that's another thing is
I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein.
They purposely put in a small amount of computers that we've already heard they're really slow, and the system is clunky. They purposely put all this up to stumble people up so that they can't get through the files. Then they're going to say, well, we have a lot more pressing issues to take care of, and we can't keep babysitting you all reading through these files. So we're going to have to cut this off. We're going to have to give a time frame because we can't keep giving resources to you while you read the files. I feel like that's what they're going to end up doing. They're going to end up closing the doors of the files because they're just tired of babysitting. Because they gotta go back and unredact people's names who aren't victims, but aren't also perpetrators in their minds, who just happen to be friends with a known sex criminal for more than a decade of their entire sex criminal lives together. Why I say this is all just a dog and pony show.
Survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you,
this is part of what I said felt like it was performative. See, and the reason why I say that is like her little hand slam. Her hand slam was after she said, whatever she said like 3 or 4 times before the hand slam. And then the hand slam came in. That is acting. That is acting. That's not being real. That's acting. And I think she realized that, which is why she kind of stumbled and stopped. Oh, and my dude left me some treats. Acting like a psycho right now. But yeah, watch how she. I mean, actually, what we'll do is we're gonna slow it down and just watch her hand slam. But you're not gonna see her mouth moving when her hand slams. Yeah, let's speed back up and
agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. Quote, at war with city.
Nope.
I have spent my entire career fighting for
There we go.
victims.
Okay, we're right here. The hand slam, the reason why I'm muting it is because the hand slam should align with her saying this. I will continue. And this is what she's. That's performative. That hand slam should have came in this victim. It didn't come until the second one. She had to remember, oh yeah, need to hand slam.
Restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions.
And you see her little head shake. 500 attorneys spent thousands of hours. You guys did an awful job because you let a very, very, very important document go unredacted out to the public. And then you had to pull it back along with a bunch of other documents in order to cover, not to cover it up, in order to do your job right the next time. Your 500 attorneys and reviewers spending those thousands of hours literally wasted thousands of hours because you did terrible jobs. You probably should have hired 1,000 attorneys and reviewers and spent 3,000 hours Maybe when you took office, you should have hired in thousands of attorneys and reviewers to go through the Epstein files, because day one you said you had them on your desk. I'd like to know how 3 million plus files goes into a binder that big. Because it's about as big as those binders that you gave to those influencers were. They were all about that big, about that thick. It don't look like 3 million pages to me. Let's see. It's about 3 or 4 of these. This isn't a million pages. It's not 100 and some thousand pages. So whatever fake little booklet you handed those social media influencers, that's dumb. Because again, there's no way that your 500 attorneys and reviewers with their own eyes, ears, and hands pick through millions of documents. Especially when they're being told, because your department is telling them that you received them from the FBI pre-redacted. So maybe that's why they were able to go through them so fast, is because they were already pre-redacted. And it's like, okay, we're not really, we don't really have to look for anything. Just try to find all the victim names. Oh yeah, and blanket redact all the women's names too, regardless if they're perpetrators or not.
Of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting.
See, it's theater. I've spent my entire career. It's theater.
For victims. And
right there, she's pointing with her face and her words to the lead.
I will continue to do so.
To Raskin.
I am deeply sorry.
She's talking to Raskin. You see, this is where I'm deeply sorry to any victim. This is where her hand should have slammed. I'm deeply sorry to any victim.
Any victim.
See, right there, the performative piece. If she was truly angry that she's being questioned about this, that hand slam would have come in at the first victim, at the first mention of the victims. She would have stayed at this level of agitation with the seeming brazen accusation that she's not taking this seriously with the Epstein victims and any other victim of this type of thing. This seems performative. Very, very performative.
Has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located...
I made a joke, but I didn't write it down. The joke was, you'd have more if you hired Alex Rosen. You'd have more. That dude is single-handedly taking down state after state of pedophiles. You give him your stage, he takes down all the powerful ones too. Because those dudes have no depravity. They can't help themselves. Those men and women, they have no depravity. Yeah, I made that joke, but I didn't write it down. I do remember it though.
Located 2,700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs to be investigated, contact the FBI. Today, I look forward to discussing further.
But see, the thing of it is what she's also failing to do is Roblox still hasn't really made any strides to protect kids on their platform. It's still a predator platform. There are still parts of Reddit that are subject to the same thing. So what you guys are attacking the dark web, but these predators are existing everywhere. I mean, let's face it, you have a lot of them exist up in your own little offices. So are you really doing anything about it? Or are you just doing the stuff that you can make a show of? Because I feel like that's what it is. I feel like it's just a bunch of things that they can make a show of and they can sensationalize, and they don't have to worry about anybody asking any questions about it because all the files are redacted.
To protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The chair we now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam General, thank you for your extensive remarks, particularly on your continued investigation.
This is one of the back patting
over the
when I
years
was
in the Epstein debacle. Obviously, you have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between criminal, between so-called white-collar crime, and doing so, as the chairman said.
That right there. He said right out of the gate, he doesn't want to talk about the Epstein files. Then he basically calls it a so-called thing. So-called white-collar crime, because let's face it, it's what he's referring to. So-called white-collar crime.
At a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and our ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack when they try to enforce the law, I personally want to apologize for those who would embolden, support, or even stand with those lawbreakers that sit on.
Instead of using his time to ask why certain people have been redacted from the files, he's going to sit and he's going to pat her back as if she's doing one of the best jobs that somebody can do. As if they're not redacting names on the files of powerful people, of these so-called white-collar criminals. Because again, if you have nothing to hide, you'll be able to explain everything. You'll be able to explain all your conversations with him. You'll be able to explain all your meetings with him. You won't be ducking and dodging and hiding from the questions. You'd be explaining, like, look, I truly didn't know. I don't talk to anybody from the rich people circle because, frankly, they all weird me out. They all weird me out. I feel like they're always into some weird stuff. I thought the dude was really intelligent at whatever. I truly didn't know. And you'd be able to literally provide the evidence that explains your non-existent relationship with him. You won't have to say, well, I have no relationship with him after the year 2005, but I clearly had one with him in 2012. My relationship with him ended in 2005. But I did go to his house for dinner one day with my family in 2012. After he was already convicted of sex crimes. Because he was convicted of sex crimes before 2010. So any one of these people who is saying that they didn't know what this one of the richest people, it seems like. Does Bill Gates own an island? I mean, Jeff Bezos has to own an island, right? Because, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein owned a massive island, a ranch somewhere, and a New York apartment amongst private planes, obviously boats to get to and from the island, along with helicopters. Or he could have been renting all of it. But if he's renting all of it, then who are the companies that he's renting from? And if he's buying all of it, who were the companies that he bought from? Again, this kind of rich and powerful person who's collecting blackmail material on some of the most wealthy and powerful people in the world who seemingly has had a hand in all of like all of the highest level sex crimes across the world. Like, it's like, I was almost like all the Nickelodeon sex crime stuff traces right back to Epstein. All of the Abercrombie and Fitch and the Limited and Les Wexner somehow being connected to pedophiles and stuff. It's like all that goes, and all this stuff has been uncovered. Like, how is it that all of these people and places and things didn't know that's who he was? Like, you all run through the same circles. It's obvious. You did know. You just got the material on you too. That's why you don't know, because you don't know what all he has. You just know he has something on you. So to dodge even asking why some of these names that are on that are show up redacted on those files, even in not so incriminating contexts, if they're not victims, why are they redacted? That's a simple question. And if she's not willing to answer that question, that kind of tells you it's not just incompetence, it's an actual cover-up. Because those people are not victims then. And if you don't have open investigations and indictments pending on them, then their names should be known. Yes, their reputation should take a hit from all this. Everyone who was involved with him, you should be taking a hit for having any type of relationship with him. Because again, there's no way in the world that he has that kind of thing going on, and only the people that's involved know about it. Come on now. Supposed to be the best, the brightest, the most intelligent, the ones who can figure out everything, anything. I mean, you have all of the spy technology under the sun, and you're not spying on each other. Come on now. Again, it just doesn't make sense. Like, you're going to go out of your way to spy on American citizens, but you're not going to spy on each other? Let's be serious. Because Edward Snowden just didn't tell us that you were spying on us. He also told us that you're spying on us while protecting each other, because for some reason you're not spying on each other. Because if you were spying on each other, Epstein wouldn't have lasted as long as he did. You would have loved to redistribute his wealth. So why is it that he was not exposed way before this all got out of hand? Way before it got to this point where you have people that are purposely dodging asking the correct questions, which are, why are names on the documents redacted that aren't victim names? Because this name here talks about needing tons of beef jerky. Why would somebody need a ton of beef jerky and to store a bunch of beef jerky in a freezer? I have a lot of beef jerky friends, and beef jerky is one of those things that needs the opposite of cold and insulated temperatures. It needs heat and dryness because it's basically dehydrated meat. So what does it mean when they talk about beef jerky? Is this the new language? That's what we would like to know. Is this the new language? And seeing as we know about beef jerky, is there any indication of a new language that's not otherwise known that has taken the place of pizza and hot dogs? Because that's what's happened. The language has changed. So again, they're not asking correct questions. He's wasting his time. We really don't care about the stuff that we could read in that achievements in Trump's Xbox Live achievements list. I mean, we could read the achievements list. Didn't they release that? Didn't they release the achievements list? Like, we can read through that. I don't really care about any of that. I can read through that. I know how to read.
This and other daises here in Congress. My job generally is to talk about patents and trademarks as the chairman of that subcommittee. I'll forego that today because one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of Article 3 judges, and I work with the Chief Justice on that, and we're trying to expand the...
Yeah, he don't talk about nothing, anything useful. Here, the next one is theater, is pure theater.
Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring.
He's pure theater.
And they are respected normally.
Bondi. I truly don't really care.
In violation of the law,
Okay.
your department
She's straight
has
up
shown
theater.
a pattern of
She's one of the ones that doesn't really, like, she kind of goes into why things are being redacted, but she instantly pivots right into theater.
redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name
the thing it is I thought she was going to go into the good stuff. Like, oh yeah, there we go, good stuff. But then we go to theater, and you'll see why.
The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors.
Again, this is where I'm like, oh yeah, we're about to get at it. We're about to find out what is really happening, who's being covered for. At this point, I'm excited. I'm ready to get at it hard, and let's do this. Let's get some answers, lady. For the first time ever, this lady's opening her mouth to say some good stuff, some useful stuff, some actionable stuff. But like any great politician, she inserts her feet instead. She straight up sticks both her feet in her mouth and kicks herself in the throat as hard as she can, as if she's trying to put it through a goal.
Protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades."
To see, that part I'm not going to agree with, because, again, I don't feel as though, I mean, they're trying to protect powerful people while holding up this facade of being all for American protection. It would be more incompetence than anything, but that's still a stretch. They left this entire document, plus photos and everything, for the world to see. Which, lo and behold, is all victim information. Which includes people who weren't known previously, but now they are. To me, that screams corporate sabotage. That screams corporate sabotage. And again, this is where we go into, okay, we're going to figure out why that even happened to begin with, and which makes sense of why they yanked a bunch of documents, because they didn't realize that had passed through their eyes. And so they couldn't recall of how many were affected. So they probably started with that and grabbed a bunch. Makes sense. But then they haven't re-released them. From all that's known, those are part of the documents that haven't been re-released. Well, we don't need this one. We don't need this one. We already know this is a victim document. This shouldn't have even been released at all. This is one of those documents that you could have put an entire redaction over the whole thing and only left open where it says victim whatever, victim list, and just leave it at that. And or pull the document, have somebody, a bunch of people from Congress say, when it gets questioned, say, we pulled that document because that is their only thing on that document is victim information. And the only thing you would have been able to read on there is the one message line that says victim list. So we invite you to come and look at that particular document. We will show you that document and show it to Congress and say, look, that's what this document is. It's all victim information. Look at the photos. Look at all this stuff. It's all victim information. And we didn't feel that this document should have been included into the data set at all. It should not have even been included into the data set. Because it's an easy explanation of why it's not included. And the American people would have been okay with that. We would have been okay with that. Especially if some of our more believable members, Ro Khanna and Steve Massey, they're the ones that are pushing this. We want to see unredacted documents. We're tired of this whole game. We're done with this whole game. That's what they're saying. We're done with this game of you hiding the information that we're really after, and that's these prominent, powerful people that have turned children and young women into their personal bordello. And then also being able to run the highest level of our society. And even if they weren't participating in it, there's no way you can be in a communicative relationship with these people and not know of the whispers in the shadows. There's no way. I hear things about things that I don't even listen to on the normal level of the world. There's no way y'all sitting up there and on your pedestals aren't hearing each other's chirping. I mean, you sniff each other's farts. Why aren't you listening to each other's chirping? That's because the information damns you all. It damns the system. It brings it down. And it restarts it where it needs to be restarted. Back in the hands of the people. But again, could have gotten it. We were on our way.
To the survivors
doing so
in the
good.
room, if you are willing, please stand.
And this is where I saw it going off the rails. I'm going to go get me some water because I'm going to let this play out.
Please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice.
This is the theater.
Please know for the
They
record
didn't need to
that
do all
every
this.
single survivor has raised their hand.
You see, what Associated Press is just so conveniently doing, instead of showing them, they're going to give a wide shot on here. Now, I could have probably watched somebody else doing the same coverage, But this is the first one that was televising. I thought they were gonna at least frame it as it should be framed. They know it's theater. Why are all these cameras now taking pictures of all the victims holding up their hands, all the survivors holding up their hands? Again, it's one of these things that this is the theater. This is the theater. They zoomed out because they wanted to show, oh, the impact. Oh. Look at it. Like a bunch of vultures. Look at them. All over the place. All over the place. A bunch of vultures. They're not doing it because they care about these people. They're doing it because they can make a buck off all their footage and all their pictures. They can talk to their friends. I saw the victims. Oh, it was so intense when they put their hands up. We haven't met with them. It's all theater. They don't truly care about these people. They're putting these people on display like cattle. When they've had decades to do the right thing for these people. Decades to do the right thing for these people. But they didn't. Instead, they want to put them up here, parade them around, put them on display like some sideshow freaks, while their people take their pictures and document it for the Daily Tribune. It's sickening. It's sickening. The extent these people will go to capture these moments that don't belong to them. So I'm going to play it. I'm going to go get me something to drink. I'll be back.
Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness get to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
that's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer. So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am reclaiming my time,
It's making
and I
noise,
will claim
man.
my time.
You don't make noise.
I'm getting the gutter for her theatrics.
But you make tons of
time
noise,
belongs
bro.
to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Oh, I got to put it
Thank
back.
you.
I didn't realize it was going to... I had to fill up my water. My thing was going empty. All right.
You're not going to answer this question, so let me just with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information.
Lady, shut up and move on. Yield your time.
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General
Guys,
Bondi.
no, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you.
To be fair, though, it's also your coworkers that have allowed this also to happen for decades too, lady. Like, let's not just throw stones at her house when all of y'all's houses should have stones thrown at them. You all have let this happen for decades. Like, I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark and say Pam Bondi was in diapers when a lot of this started happening and was going on. She's 60 years old. God damn. She's 60 years old? She does look good for 60. God damn, Pam. That's insane, though. I wouldn't have guessed. Wouldn't have guessed at all. Well, no, at that rate. She's been in politics long enough. She's been in, I mean, she's not really been in politics, but she's been in the justice system for a long time. Let's see. When did she get into law? So she was in her 30s. She's She's 1965 in the 90s. She earned her Juris Doctor from Stetson University College of Law in 1990. So she was, what, 25? Around 25 years old? 20? Yeah, 25 years old. She was admitted to the Florida bar in 91. By 26, she was in there and spent 20 years. Spent 20 years practicing Florida law, specializing in child abuse and capital murder cases, before transitioning into politics as Florida's Attorney General in 2011. And that's where she was until she became Trump's Attorney General. 60 years old, though. You look good, Pam, but you are kind of incompetent. It makes sense. It makes sense. She's 60, though. Her birthday's 2 days after mine. She got that podunk name. She got a podunk ass name. Pamela Joe Bondi. Podunk. That podunk hillbilly ass name. From the sticks, isn't she? She's from the sticks, isn't she? She's from the Tampa Bay area. What the hell? How's she got a hillbilly ass name? college professor, served as mayor of Temple Terrace. A suburban city in northwestern Hillsborough County that is part of Tampa. So she didn't even grow up in the city. She's fourth generation Floridian, but her career and background are primarily rooted in Florida's major metropolitan centers. Yeah, she's a suburban kid. And especially suburban kid in the 70s and 80s. 70s, 80s, 90s, her entire life. Never really probably fighting much for outside of Florida or really hearing outside of Florida. Makes sense why she's kind of incompetent when it comes to handling countrywide shit. Spent most of her career dealing with individuals. But again, this lady, she just straight up attacked her. Was it only attack? Didn't plan to let her answer anything.
For you to turn
She's one of these people that makes a mockery of the system. She makes a complete mockery of the justice system.
And apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer.
She's so devastated about that.
She doesn't like the answer. So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am reclaiming my time, and when I reclaim my time, it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll
this.
direct it.
What a massive
No, I'm answering a
whipped
question.
cream out of the freezer
in the gutter with
so it
this
can
woman.
thaw, so I can turn it into a pie.
Let me have my
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final 17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into
That's actually incorrect. And what's funny is Jordan corrects her. He corrects her. He's like, no, his central campaign was actually immigration. It wasn't the Epstein files. The Epstein file was a byproduct of his campaign. He knew he would be able to capture those of us that were like that won't let it go. Those of us that just won't let it go. He knew if he didn't capture that group, it would be hard. Be hard to win the election. But he needed to capture the immigration group, which is part of us. We agree with the immigration stuff. Not everything they're doing. I mean, killing people, I don't agree with killing people. But at the same time, when people are also turning everyday objects into weapons to try to cause death, harm, and dismemberment to those same people that we agree with getting these violent immigrant criminals off our streets. And again, even you're an illegal immigrant, I don't care if you're violent or not. You're a criminal. You're illegally immigrating to this country. You're a criminal. That's it. No ifs, ands, buts about it. We don't need to beat up that dead horse anymore. That fucking thing is a skeleton now. Not beat it anymore. So right now it's Epstein files. And this lady is an idiot because Trump didn't run on Epstein files. He ran on immigration.
to office, Attorney General claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone.
And what's funny is you'll see everyone like her does the same thing. Nadler does the same thing. She does the same thing. Johnson does the same thing. I don't know if Swalwell does it. He might. But he might be doing it. He might do it with the... No, he actually yields some time to her to talk about stuff. But these people basically afford her no time. Her or Nadler or Johnson, they cut her off. They just straight up attack. They don't let her say anything. She had the best opportunity to get some stuff out there, but she stomped on it because she didn't plan to. And again, that's why I feel like Bondi played into the theater, because she didn't really want to answer those questions. She doesn't want to answer any questions about the Epstein files. She wants to pat herself and pat Trump on the back for all the achievements that regular people don't see. Sorry, Pam. Regular people don't see the achievements that you guys are patting yourselves on the back for. I hate to burst your bubble. Regular people do not see these achievements. We started to see the immigration one, but you and your people are allowing your colleagues, their colleagues, to incite violence against law enforcement. I didn't know it became legal to inadvertently obstruct justice by telling people to obstruct justice. Like, that, to me, that sounds like an open and shut case, Johnson.
Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison, and now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you, and on a human level,
Chairman,
apologize
now recognizes the chairman.
on what you have done.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back.
Theatrics.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court to participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million into DOJ's Asset Forfeiture Fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Congressman, we are aware of that, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, appreciate your answer. And
that's what I was talking about. It's like, what is with all the patent on the back? Like, nobody cares.
And this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental collection or otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause. Close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume?
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats. And my intent was to ensure the Department of Justice could continue to keep Americans safe while also ending warrantless searches of U.S. persons' data. Are there any additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic frost, everything that happened under the past administration. And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan, with the House Intel, with all of our my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you. And I'm glad you brought up Arctic frost, because Section 702 was used in the Arctic frost investigation.
It was.
And information derived was used by Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know on some level it did, congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified?
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic frost. We are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation. And I would keep going and say if any member of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as we do. And they should be jumping up and down, screaming, supporting you and what you want to do, because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue. You know, I'll just leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure fall into the same investigation.
See, there are some people that give her time to answer things, but to me,
overall, this is outside the Arctic frost.
It's always the same excuse, like, oh, it's an ongoing and active investigation. It's ongoing and active. It's ongoing and active. Like, everything seems to be ongoing and active. So how are you supposed to be held accountable for any mishaps and wrongdoing and kind of like held to a standard whenever everything seems to be always ongoing and active?
By the FBI or other intelligence community, and particularly, we really need to know what were the legal standards applied. Did they use probable cause? Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion? Or did they have no individualized suspicion and just were gathering up information? And that's beyond the investigation regarding Arctic frost. I don't expect you to have that information today, but if you can help get that information so we can understand the extensive nature of this continued misuse of 702, it would be very particularly helpful.
And it was extensive. Yes, Congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026, and it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get
It's one of the first misuses of point of order.
Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
And with the witness. Okay, very good.
Again, they're misusing things. You didn't need to ask if everybody's still getting 5 minutes. Like, it's how this thing works. Everybody still gets 5 minutes. Your colleagues are the ones that are overstepping all these bounds and taking up all this extra time, which is I mean, they're going to give 5 minutes to everybody anyway. So crying over how much time everybody's going to get is irrelevant. It's another one of those power plays to make sure that my voice is heard. I need to make sure my voice is being heard. Again, some of this is such a waste of time. And it is a giant clown show. It is a giant clown show.
Good. Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
And here we go.
I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse.
Mr. Snooze.
Who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better.
He's one of the theater puppets. He's one of the theater puppets. You think he's about to talk about something useful and relevant, but he doesn't. He goes into more personal attacks, just going straight after Trump showing up in the documents, not saying anything. Like he glazes over the victims and survivors, but doesn't say anything useful in regards to why certain things happened with the documents when the law strictly stated this needed to happen with them. Instead of using his Epstein questions wisely, instead he uses them to attack her, attack Trump, and just make a theater. I think he also goes into the you need to turn around and tell them you're sorry for the information leak. Which kind of the fact that more than one person has tried to do that, tried to get her to turn around and acknowledge them. You acknowledge them. Makes me feel like it's one of their people that's done that. That's made sure that document went out unredacted. Because they knew that would destroy her credibility. And they could use it during this hearing. I really, it's kind of what it makes me feel like. It makes me feel like somebody on his side of the aisle, or sympathetic or to them, or paying them money, or whatever the case may be. I feel like they make me feel like the amount of, because there's bunches of them. Johnson, Japal, Nadler, Swalwell to a point. The lady that goes, it's either before or after friggin' Van Drew. She either goes right before him or right after him. Even her, she's doing the whole theater thing.
From this Department of Justice.
And
in particular,
here's another one.
It is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on security.
And again, no one cares. Literally no one cares about Letitia James. No one. That's why her party didn't step up to help her. That's why no one stepped up to help her, because they already knew she was on a vindication, or she was on some vindictive mission against Donald Trump to begin with. It's been a political opponent attack after political opponent attack. So I didn't even want to hear about Letitia James. I wanted to skip it, but I also wanted to see some other. I wanted to see what his ultimate questions were.
Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which a court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice.
And they get these stupid people to hold up this stuff. It's always these idiot people that get stupid people to do bidding. Like, hey, I need you to hold up this poster bar with this tweet from Donald Trump. I'll pay you $1,000. Hold it up for 30 seconds. It'll be taxpayer money, so it'll be tax-free. Don't worry, you'll get paid.
Courts.
It never pays them.
Grand juries rejected you.
Makes them look like an idiot and never pays them.
It's practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports you were continuing.
That's what I say about the attacking her. That must have been humiliating. Like, did you need to add that? Did you really need to add that? No, you didn't, Pudgy. Oswald. No, you didn't. You did because you're a vindictive little man. A tiny, pudgy little thumb of a man. You're a half thumb of a man.
Continuing to...
Dude, you were sleeping 15 minutes ago, dude. Now all of a sudden you're awake enough to know what the hell's going on. Maybe that's why you're talking about Letitia James still. Is you're still snoozing from back when she mattered, which she never mattered.
Investigator. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just
no, it's because she's retarded and she wastes taxpayer dollars by doing stupid shit.
From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
See, that was a good question.
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm.
See, and there you go. And there's where the theater goes in. There's where the theater. He wants her to answer the question in the order in which he wants her to answer it in. And she knows that he wants her to answer in a specific order. She knows the order in which he wants her to answer the question. But she doesn't want to answer the question in that order because she knows it's theater, doesn't care that it's theater, is going to play into the theater because she doesn't actually want to answer the question.
I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
My time.
I think it's very interesting
And you can
that
reclaim
he
your
talks
time,
about they indicted. The president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to answer.
The question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman.
My time.
Because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So he asked
Reclaiming my time.
question.
Restore 45 seconds, Mr. Nadler, please, Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler.
All right. My time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Brought to justice, but
there
enormous
he goes.
resources dedicated.
And this is a reoccurring thing through the whole thing. Every one of them who doesn't allow her to answer the questions and the way she wants to answer them. And they know that she can answer them however she wants. But they do this purposely because it's theater. It's theater that they don't want to actually be held accountable for. Like, they know it's bad theater, but they're doing everything in their power not to be held accountable for it. Which is why they do this back and forth bannering thing. I'm not going to get into the gutter with these people. I'm not going to... You're going to answer my question how I want you to answer it. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. This is all bad theater. This is really, really bad theater. This is neither a tragedy nor a comedy. This is bad. All bad.
Gentleman has expired, and obviously
clear that under your leadership, the Department of Justice no longer works
question
with
in there.
It works
to
with Donald Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I mean, there's no point. He had no time.
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents.
Did he also make sure that the FBI redacted everything before you all got the documents to release? Because that's what it sounds like is what happened. We don't care about releasing the documents because nobody's going to be able to read anything of importance on them anyway. The FBI's already redacted everything of importance, regardless of being victim information or not. So I really don't care that you all released 3 million documents. You released 3 million documents of unusable crap, like toilet paper. You released 3 million documents of TP. Which is why we all have our theories, which is why we're all ready to eat you all alive. We're ready to turn you all into a buffet, all of you.
He is the most transparent president
No, he's
in
not.
the nation's history. And
No,
none
he is not.
None of them ask Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000.
Who gives a shit?
I don't know why you're laughing.
Again, that's where I think I went off. Like, I was like, are you serious? No one gives a shit about the stock market. Like, are we really? Did you really interject with the stock market? I didn't write it down, but it was one of my thoughts. Like, are we serious? Did she really go into the stock market? Like, anybody really truly give anybody that can actually, that's all normal people don't give a fuck about the Dow. No one cares about the stock market. No one cares about what stocks are doing, what Wall Street looks like. No one cares what corporate America looks like. As a matter of fact, for anybody that matters in this country would love to see all of these corporations fall from the sky like rain. And not because we want the whole world to burn. It's because these corporations are why our country is hurting. These corporations are what's bleeding us dry. These corporations are part of why Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking ring went on for so long. And why they're probably still going on, because they're probably still involved in something else. So don't think that it ended with him. It's still going. They just found their new Epstein. So no one gives a damn about the Dow. About the 500 points or 5,000 points or the 5 points or whatever the hell the Dow does. No one cares. You all care is because you all care because you all need us to care, because if we're not buying into it, then you're not making money. That's why we need to care about the Dow. We need to care about the stock market. We need to care about gas and groceries. We don't need to care about our homes. We don't need to care about our insurances. We don't need to care about our cars. We don't need to care about anything else but gas, groceries, and the stock market. Again, you all have done nothing. You all will continue to do nothing, because it's not Donald Trump. It's not George Bush. It's not Barack Obama. It's not Sleepy Biden. It's none of them, because it's all of them. All of them, all of you. And when we rid the system of this bad theater, we can start healing. We truly, truly can. But no, bad theater will always exist within politics, because that's what makes them rich.
Great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000.
Again, no one
and the
cares.
NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming.
No, they're
That's
not.
What
No,
we should be
they are
talking
not.
About. We should be talking about making Americans safe.
Because you are allowing Minnesota fraud to siphon all of those systems dry. Minnesota fraud, Ohio fraud, the entire country's fraud is siphoning those organizations dry. So, no, Americans' 401ks aren't booming. Not to mention the banks are doing some of the worst investing there is. Because it only looks like everybody's making money because these people are buying into each other. They're buying each other's stocks and buying each other's stuff and buying each other in the hopes that one of them doesn't fall.
What does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it.
And that's why it matters. It matters because somebody said it couldn't be done. Again, it doesn't matter because regular Americans aren't making anything more. I hate that these people inflate this fake shit. They pat each other on the backs. Just because rich people are getting richer while the poor are getting poorer and the working class is being worked into poverty doesn't mean that it's going to magically make the Dow worth anything. The NASDAQ, the S&P 500. This stuff doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because normal Americans can't even buy into the system without having to give their money to BlackRock or Vanguard from their paychecks at their jobs, because that stuff doesn't actually matter to Americans because they're not even paying attention to it. They're just hoping the companies that are paying attention to it aren't screwing them. Most of them aren't paying attention to it because they don't have time to. They can't pay attention to it because they're worried about being buried by the stuff you all love not paying attention to. You don't pay attention to the housing crisis. You're not paying attention to the insurance crisis. You're not paying attention to the auto industry crisis. You're not paying attention to the real crises that are in this country. You're seeing groceries. Yeah, we saved you 27 cents on eggs and milk. Ah, we're doing great, aren't we? Any stupid person, maybe, the stupid people might see that as great. The people can afford groceries every single day of the week, buying months and months worth of groceries because you guys told them the apocalypse is tomorrow. Normal people aren't out here doing that shit. Normal people are going to the store on Apocalypse Day for normal groceries because it's grocery day for them. Again, it's manufactured theater. It's manufactured bad theater. These people are just really, really bad at it.
In 1 year, national median rents have fallen to a 4-year low.
Bullshit.
Thanks to
my rent hasn't gone down. My rent hasn't gone down at all. They're finding every way possible to charge me more money in rent. A bunch of extra fees that shouldn't exist. Oh. I abruptly remembered I needed to put some hay in his box. And I was on my way back. I was like, you know what? I want some of that mousse ice cream that I made.
Donald Trump.
So I got me some.
That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history.
No.
The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted.
Okay. This stuff makes me angry because now she's doing what Trump did, was saying we only want to pay attention to it because it makes Trump look bad, blah, 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 when that's not the case at all. We're paying attention to it because the highest levels of our country and our world are run by disgusting pedophiles who've been doing this for decades. So it's not about getting Trump. It's not about not paying attention to all the great things Donald Trump has done. Oh man, the great and all-powerful Wizard of Oz, Trump. No, it's not. Because Trump ain't done shit, in my opinion. He ain't done nothing. And no matter how much you lobby for him and his accomplishments book, it doesn't mean anything to me. You all haven't done anything. Because I'm pretty sure there's still hundreds of thousands of children going missing every year. Are you solving that problem? No, you're not.
To a 125-year low, thanks to Donald Trump.
Oh.
For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border.
Good job.
That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that
Nope.
this president has done and will continue.
Nope. We're not going to bask in glory. No. There's a lot of work to be done. No. We don't get to stop and smell the roses because you stopped a few Mexicans from getting across the border. No. You get to get back on task and do the next fucking job that you were tasked to do, which is release the actual Epstein files to where we can see all the powerful people that are over here diddling children. That's what you're tasked with doing, not taking a break. You know, you don't get to catch a break. You don't get to take lunch. Take 5. It's our turn to take 5. You guys need to get back to work. You got a lot of fucking names you need to release on them lists that aren't victims. So, no, we don't give a damn about whatever you're trying to tell us to chill out on. No, we won't. We will not chill. You don't deserve a holiday. So don't act like you do. The great and powerful Oz Trump ain't done nothing. You better click your fucking heels and go back to Kansas, you goddamn idiot.
To do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing.
She's married, dude. She's married. She ain't about to fuck you in the bathroom after the hearing. So sitting here licking her pussy from your chair don't mean anything. Ain't gonna help nothing.
apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, but 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. The chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to two documents.
She's another one of those theater troops. I'm going to skip over her. She didn't say anything useful. She just went back to the same bullshit.
Lady.
Yeah, now all of a sudden, question asked.
Committee will be in order.
There was no question on you, Attorney.
To release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned thousands of times.
She just talks about Trump. She don't give a shit about victims.
The credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about
sensationalizing shit.
State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing.
No, it's a circus.
I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. It's actually a circus. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you? None. And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
got her burn book.
She
got that burn book.
Nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
Yeah, now all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in order.
There was no question on you, Attorney General. She doesn't just get to speak.
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks...
Not a valid point of order. You got to state...
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
and what rule are you referring to?
Without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and instead is attacking
that is not even close to a point of order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is
again abusing it.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district, and your office replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to comment on it, which I understand is just fine. But I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not, were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services. And the perpetrators of this, the tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who closed those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said, no, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open, they should continue.
I'm skipping over this fucking idiot because who gives a shit about some fucking town of fucking prophylactic? Like, prophylactilambo, like, whatever the fuck he said. Like, I'm sorry that there people were being extorted by some 12th century barbarians. But, like, are we fucking serious? No one fucking cares about Prophylacticville being extorted by some cavemen. Like, this is truly the fucking most important thing that this fucking turd can actually be talking about right now. Like some fucking Prophylactiville. He's over here on about it. Like, my goodness, man. So we're skipping over this fucking guy. Talk about some stupid fucking town in some podunk ass place in fucking Montana or some shit. Fucking town called Prophylactiville.
Trying to move this justice.
Oh hell! What the fuck is that thing?
Attorney General not recognizing you. That's embarrassing. I am from Memphis, General Bondi.
I'm from Memphis.
And Memphis does
I'm
have
from
the task force there.
Memphis.
The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several.
I know he said I'm from Memphis, but it sounded like he said I'm promethazine. I'm pro meth. I mean, I'm from Memphis.
Months, and we do have a Democratic mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis.
It don't make sense. You basically just said you're okay with illegal immigration. You're not okay with everything else that all the other agencies are in your city for. But when it comes to illegal immigration, you're way okay with illegal immigration. You don't want immigration enforcement to get rid of illegal immigrants at all. Okay.
But it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time when Memphis has only gone down 25%, and that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the...
Investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, in federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate because he was trampling on other individuals' rights. Is that true?
I actually did write a question down about this because they brought up a very valid,
always
very
protect our churches.
Interesting point about Don Lemon's little Operation Pull Up.
Freedom of religion, freedom to practice your faith the way you think.
If they didn't bring it up, I thought about it because they bring up Don Lemon's Operation Pull Up. He was part of some little Operation Pull Up where they were to meet somewhere and then go over to these churches and accost these people. Don Lemon's not smart enough to build some elaborate operation. Like he's about as smart enough to name it Operation Pull Up. That's about it. But the overall operation, the actual operation, is what I'm wondering. Because I think the Operation Pull Up is a front for a wider operation that was either supposed to go on that day or is yet to happen. And it's not really some military operation. It's more or less like some coordinated agitator effort where like 5 people are being paid to influence 100,000 people to go out and act a fool. I feel like it's another one of them things. Or at least it was supposed to be that. But now it's kind of delayed because they were thwarted, and now Lemon is kind of facing some serious charges over it. And none of them are going to save him. None of them are going to swoop out of the sky and save Lemon. Nah, he's going to get sacrificed to the wolves.
Is it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's Church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the 4 corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's a lot more that will come out. But under the 4 corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot and they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head?
See, the reason why I say Lemon's not smart enough to be the creator of the operation, but more or less the creator of the name of the operation, because he would be otherwise one of the influencers that's paid, one of the paid agitators. He's already being paid to keep his toxic waste dump of journalism going. So to pay him a little bit extra to carry out an operation while naming it Just give it a goofy name. Don't care. We just need you to carry out this operation for us. That's what I mean by paid agitators, is people like Don Lemon who can get out and incite a bunch of ignorant people to do a bunch of dumb stuff. Because you don't got to pay all the people. You just got to pay their favorite person. That's it. Pay their favorite person to put that favorite person in front of them. They think that they're fighting the good fight for the good of the man because their favorite person said they are, even though their favorite person wouldn't be there if they weren't getting paid. So that's ultimately what Don Lemon is. He's just getting... It's easy to sacrifice him to the wolves because there's another influencer that can take his place.
Head to the operation, didn't he say this on, he said this on camera, is that right?
Yes, Chairman,
Yeah.
and more.
That he was in Minnesota and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here. Will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do, last Congress, and we deposed him. He definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the committee, the Congress, and I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying to, and here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress.
Along with Letitia James and all that ignorance. Again, the things that Nadler was talking about are Trump first term stuff. All the Letitia James stuff, Trump going back after her, that's what I mean by all that. That's all extra theater, because nobody really cares about Letitia James. Really, no one cares about her. Not even her own side of the aisle came to her rescue.
About the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe, my bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said, when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good, with the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, would like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there.
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
He wants to say
I want a yes or no answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a
that.
yes or no answer, but whether or not it was true that at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files, were those
and so he's another one of them with the theater. It only goes after Donald Trump's name. Doesn't say anything about the other redactions of powerful people. Instead, he wants to talk about Donald Trump. That's it. Then he wants to jump on her past and talk about her history as a prosecutor. Then doesn't want to give her any chance to answer anything. Just wants to bulldoze her over. Which is why he was added to my list of Epstein questions revolved more around Trump than they did around victims. Even though victims info was released, the argument was about keeping their anonymity, but also continuing to shine a spotlight on them. And I wrote down some names of these bad theater actors. Johnson's one of them. Johnson, Japal, Nadler, and I can't remember why I put Swalwell. Ended up putting Swalwell here because it says theater and about Trump, because he kind of goes into the whole talking about weaponization of political rhetoric that's getting political officials getting them death threats and this and that, but then doesn't actually use one of the biggest examples like of this whole thing. Like, the official narrative is a activation of political violence, and that's Charlie Kirk's assassination. He doesn't talk anything about Charlie Kirk's assassination when he's talking about the rhetoric causing all this political violence. And supposedly, I mean, they were saying it, they said it when he was assassinated, it's a political assassination, it's political violence, they're screaming that from the rooftops. But now all of a sudden, when they have a chance to bring it up, they don't say anything about it. Like, he literally talks about getting death threats, and yet Charlie Kirk was, by even politicians' own mouths, was assassinated over politics. That was a political violence act. But they don't bring it up. They don't even make mention to it.
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, There were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers.
And again, that's what I said. It's all about theater. He had no plan of her answering the question. He was looking for a specific thing, and that was just to make her look bad. He didn't have and one of the things I did write down about this is that it felt like every single question was asked as a fallacy. They were asked in a way that they didn't intend for her to answer the question. They're asking it in a way that's just meant to make her look bad. It's not meant to be answered. It's just meant to make her look bad. Yeah, because it's not really the one where they're attacking her instead of the argument, because like they're also attacking the argument while attacking her. But the way they're attacking her is more of a passive aggressive manner, and it's in the form of their little question. Their question, it's not actually intended to be answered as a question, but as a way to make you look bad. It's kind of a gotcha without the gotcha. I mean, it sounds stupid. How could it be a gotcha without the gotcha? It's more or less like a question that's like you can answer it, but it's not meant to be answered. It's just meant to make you look bad and make you look incompetent and say what he's trying to say. Oh, you're covering things up because you hired people to redact Donald Trump's name out of there. Didn't you? Well, I don't need your answer because I think you did, regardless of what you say you did. They're not meant to be answered. They're meant to be performed. You perform the question so that you can move on to another performance.
And ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on.
From multiple
Bondi, would you agree?
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida?
And what's funny is he actually, in kind of this instance, he gives her time to talk about her history as a prosecutor, but then cuts her right back off, goes into his little tirade.
Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as
I truly think that they put the stupidest people in these positions. Like, he is an idiot.
United States of America.
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for
18 years. And for
18 years.
And for 18 years.
He asked a question and doesn't want an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no. For 18 years, you prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
What does it have to do?
I answered that question earlier. Okay. I prosecuted multiple cases when I was a prosecutor.
Bottom line, you're an experienced and seasoned.
For 18 years.
Mr. Chairman, will you remind her of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You are a seasoned and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
I think he wants a same.
I want a yes or no answer.
I think he wants a same answer.
I want a yes or no answer, but I'll live with what you have already said. Let me ask you this question.
I'll live with what you have already said. Just want to waste all the time asking questions that aren't meant to be asked, aren't meant to be answered, just meant to be asked. So I'm trying, so I can basically try to make you look bad the entire time. Not actually doing anything that means anything while we're here. We're supposed to be overseeing and what things that are going on, but we're not. We're not doing any oversight. It's just it's character attacks. It's credibility attacks. it's history attacks. It's like there has been no oversight at all. I've seen more. The oversight I have seen is the back padding. That's the oversight I've seen. I haven't really seen much of anything. Back padding. That's it. Just back padding. This is a waste of, it's not really a waste of time. It gives you a really, really good insight of how wasteful all these people are. We need to fire all of them. There's like 3 or 4 people that I've seen so far that actually are worth being in their seats. He is not one of them. As a matter of fact, anybody that appears on this list over here, this attacks for Trump list, they need gone. That goofy frizzle-haired lady, this goofy lady, she needs gone too. Get that thing out of here. Get her the hell out of here.
Clearly,
the prosecution of sexual assault cases.
Attorney General Bondi, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent the past several months attacking the administration for doing exactly what the American people wanted when they overwhelmingly elected President Trump, securing our border and enforcing our immigration laws. I find it a bit ironic because this is the same
morbidly
party
obese backpatter.
Just a few years ago were openly supporting strong immigration enforcement after witnessing criminal illegal aliens wreak havoc on the American communities. I have a short video I just wanted to play.
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws.
I will
and I
say
believe that they must be held accountable.
This is part of Van Drew's argument. This constant hypocrisy back and forth. Democrats, it's okay when the Democrats are talking about securing the borders, kicking out illegal immigrants, but when Republicans do it, it's too much, you're going too far. Both sides don't give a shit. They literally do not. Neither one of these sides actually care that the borders are secure, the people of America are safe. They do not care. They pretend, but they don't.
A crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
While we need to address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country, we certainly don't want any more coming in.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants.
Dudes are snoozing.
The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration, which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Open the borders, my God. You know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world, and I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country.
So Attorney General Bondi, What's the Trump administration, DOJ, doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
Congressman, President Trump has worked tirelessly, as you know, to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico, the fentanyl precursors that were coming from China. These precursors.
Director, could it at least be 1,000 times?
Every of Congress, but with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is, the gentleman's expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that. Anything with Arctic frost, I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ has changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ is not going to go do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself tells you why how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Great, thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to...
Yeah, see, he's just on... He's just on about Trump being in the files. He's not talking about any other powerful person in the files. He feels vindicated that I told you Trump was a bad guy. That's all these people worry about. They don't care about the victims. They don't care about anything other than Donald Trump appearing in the files and like, we told you so. We told you so. They do not care about the victims. They putting on a big old show. They don't care about the victims.
To the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at least be 1,000 times?
We have released every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
it's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not.
That sounded like
that
comedy,
way
not
more
frustration.
than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not.
Again, nobody gives a fuck about the 6 members of Congress who have indictments because of this, that, and the other. Because this is where he leads, what he uses to lead into the death threats and the political violence against members of Congress.
Not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next.
Yeah. Using the bingo card, we got it. We made it a joke at home. This is part of our everyday life. Da, 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 da.
I expected that the president would come after his enemies, but what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me.
See? He's not talking about his colleagues not inspiring death threats against their political opponents, but inspiring the same kind of death threats and chaos and anarchy against the normal citizen. He's not even hinting at the fact that the official narrative of the Charlie Kirk assassination is political violence pushed on by his political party. Calling Charlie Kirk a fascist, calling conservatives fascists. He's not hinting at that. He's not going into that piece of it, that kind of rhetoric, because someone has been murdered because of that. Supposedly. If the official narrative is to be believed, this would be the prime time to talk about Charlie Kirk, but he doesn't, because Charlie Kirk is a conservative. He's a Democrat. Why would a Democrat talk about a conservative that actually fits his example better than he does? Charlie Kirk fits his example better than he does, and yet he can't bring himself to do that because he's just so against that other side. He needs to make it about him versus Donald Trump. And Donald Trump's rhetoric that's caused death threats to me and my family because of my involvement in trying to falsely accuse Donald Trump's political campaign of Russia collusion involvement, when it was actually released that that was built by you all as a way to try to destabilize Donald Trump's campaign and discredit it.
And many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails.
I want to say, I'm pretty sure that one of the Epstein documents came out where somebody was talking to Epstein, getting questions to ask against Donald Trump.
At my district office. On the voicemails, they said, get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self. Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, no, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you. The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office.
Again, these people want to put there are people that receive more credible death threats over their politics and religion, their sexuality. People who receive more credible death threats than you receive, dude. You're a politician. You walk around with security all day. The chances of somebody being able to act on the death threats against you, you can hire security. You don't look like you're poor. You look like you got some money in the bank. Go hire you some security if you're so fucking scared for your life.
And your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker. Pew,
Because
pew.
let's put it this way. I received 0 death threats. Well, none that I can see or hear or read. But I don't receive any of that. And I have a greater chance of dying going outside than you do. And you receive death threats.
Doors as much as possible. And my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions. Although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after.
Oh, why? You got retarded people that are making death threats against you. Oh, maybe you should stay off the internet. Maybe you should get off the internet. Maybe you should get off the internet if you're so scared for your life.
After me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you.
What about Charlie Kirk's life?
I know about several of those
You
personally
gonna address his
involving
life?
you.
With
I
your
believe
official narrative,
one
he's
has
a
been
prime
charged
example
publicly,
for
and there's something I would
your
be happy
your
to
little
talk to you about
argument about
off
it.
camera. But I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened.
Nobody's threatening them.
You can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle.
Mindless idiots that
ever
are
threatened, and I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Well, if you had
yield back.
if you had mental institutions, you could had a place to put them all.
We appreciate what the Attorney General said, and I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to, and it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman.
He's actually about the only one that says anything's worth anything.
Right, see what I'm right in front of you. I have to mention this first. You know, I used this word before, and my friends on the other side of the aisle got mad at me, but hypocrisy. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. But for years on the other side of the aisle, we heard nothing. Crickets, not a word. Nothing was said when they were in control. Nothing was mentioned basically till last summer, and the ranking member points out that he did do something last year. Yeah, he did a letter complaining about the plea deal for Maxwell, but it wasn't a big deal. Then we get a new administration, and all of a sudden it's a big deal, and they feign concern, they're upset, they're investigating. They had all these years and all this time. And in fact, Stacey Plaskett, and we all know that name, when they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member, were taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump. So Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is. And there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents, to challenge them, to hurt them, to attack them. And that doesn't make sense. That's hypocrisy. And then we hear about the concern of, you know, going after Democrats, that the legal system, that judiciary.
It's like this dude's been watching my streams or something. Because everything I've been saying the last couple weeks, a couple months, he's bringing up how ignorant all this hypocrisy is, how stupid it is. You guys are saying this thing, and then the other side's saying this thing, and none of it makes sense because it's all hypocritical of what actually needs done. It's like this dude's been sitting here watching my streams after the fact, and like, man, these are some good points. I'm going to take some of these.
Department of Justice is going after Democrats, but they literally rework the legal system under Alvin Bragg and Letitia James to go after Republicans and those sympathetic to Republicans. So, I mean, be careful when you accuse others that you're not guilty yourself. Be careful of what you say, because you got a history, and it's easy to go over it. You know, I just want to talk about where we were and where we are now. We had over 10 million illegal crossings in the past between 2020 and 24. Over 10 million. There's probably a much bigger number. I'm being conservative. We were told the people weren't dangerous, but they were, General. They were dangerous, many of them. More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list during that time. Violent criminals came across, as we saw consequences where mothers and fathers, children were raped, murdered, hurt, abused, beaten, trafficked. All from the drugs. My God, the drugs they brought into our babies in this country. 73,000 illegals with criminal histories. 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses. 13,000 convicted murderers in our beautiful offenders. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It's perverse. What in God's name were you doing? So we finally are cleaning this up now. We're finally trying to make it right and safe for our people. So my questions are this. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities will save?
For some reason, the sound jacked up.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chair, I have, you see.
let the record show that Democrat was applauding the Attorney General.
Together in this country to take these drugs.
It didn't happen by accident. It happened because of
Statistics I spoke of earlier, Congressman, under the leadership of the FBI, historic work has been done. A drop 20%.
Those lists could include Americans who have not.
Document I want to show you.
Oh, here we go.
That was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, or sorry, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here.
Yes.
Les Wexner is in this.
Yes.
Your assistant deputy.
Fucking yes. I hadn't even got there.
Deputy Attorney General said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking. Not to prostitution, not to money laundering.
Hold the other two. Hold the other two. Oh, and messy.
And then finally, what we have here.
Oh, shit.
Is, the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need, that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see. because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time back?
Mr.
Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from Kentucky.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
And we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician. You need to get on
you to watch the video.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim time
this is bigger than Watergate.
When I don't answer a question
this
the way
goes
you want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wexner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on.
They decided the moment they realized, well, his name is on everything in Columbus. We keep Wexner's name on there, and we may as well just start stripping his name off of everything now, because he is a co-conspirator of this, along with whoever these two people are. And this person down here, we don't know the name, we just see the face, but everybody knows Les Wexner's little blind ball looking face.
On the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
What did that have to do with anything?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman,
what
could
was
she answer the question?
seriously? What was the point of that? Theater.
The Attorney General is allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files.
she found out they were holding back files. Like, what are you doing, Cash? Give me the files. We were supposed to have them out yesterday. Well, I needed to have this indictment yesterday. I told him I was gonna, if I found anything, I was gonna file the indictment like yesterday. They're arguing over who's holding files back. That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is all bad theater. It's partly incompetence, but you can't say, I'm 60 years old, I've been in politics for a long time, but I'm still incompetent. There's incompetence. You can't be that incompetent if you've been in politics that long. It's negligence at that point. It becomes negligence.
Mr. Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection.
Damn, he just dropped a bomb.
Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on us. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called. Okay. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter.
I want to skip, but I don't, because
Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7
I didn't
of
see
the
any of
Constitution
this.
is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money
tomorrow morning
from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn. But he wants $10 billion. Now, well, I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president has made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
Congressman, that's pending litigation right now.
It is, and I would hope you would reconsider that. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here. Attorney General Bondi, 6 days ago, you posted online, quote, if you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you, end quote. I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
You guys are disgusting. I'm former law enforcement. You're disgusting. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo. You can't see it because you're chasing your pension, right? Your pension, your retirement, right? That's what runs your life, your retirement. The sad thing is they're not even going to get their pension because it's going to be worthless. And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Well, I mean, can't really, at this point, J6 was such a bad situation. You can't really tell who was an agitator and who wasn't. But I do want to go through more of this, but I am going to call it Oh yeah, we need to go back here. Where did that?
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue.
We didn't go back. No, we didn't. Okay. Son of a bitch. Keeps it's like jumping 3 back.
Sanctuary cities do or don't.
And damn it, that's what really matters. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Actually, he's probably gonna be around here. Should be around here.
Who want to work with us. And yes, we're going to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe, whether or not these Democrat-controlled sanctuary cities do or don't.
And damn it, that's what really matters. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue.
Yeah, we'll just leave it here.
Newsweek today.
We'll come back tomorrow. Yeah, there's more I want to go through on this. Plus, there's probably some more hearings tomorrow. I didn't really care to go through the Ludwig one because they didn't seem to want to ask him questions about Epstein. I felt like they kind of dodged a lot of the questions with Ludwig about his involvement and relationship with Epstein's. Like they took his initial, I was friends with him. I seen him like one time. We had dinner and that was it. And then they kind of stopped asking about Epstein from there. Like they were happy with that answer, and that was it. So we will come back. Let's see, we're at 1 hour 42:43. 1:42:43. Come back tomorrow. Till then, peace out, Girl Scout.